Hello. So, if you're watching this after the fact, I'm getting things set up. One moment. Oh, didn't mean to click that. I'm finishing getting things set up. I am getting ready to test the new beta update. There we go. So the beta update really changed explosives. So I'm testing that to see where it's kind of leading to. And from there, looking for pop out. Yes, there we are. From there, I can actually start testing some stuff. Hello everyone, the chat's or stream's starting to get populated. I am kind of working on getting the chat and everything set up so I can see it. Hello Dirtpaw. I saw you a while ago join, but I haven't mentioned it yet. So you guys can see the game. Great. There we go. So let's talk real quick. So this is the Naga. This is the new tank. It's, well, fine and dandy. One thing I do want to note is before this update, say if I were to hit an explosive here, one thing is we can't detonate explosives by jumping on them anymore. That's nice, which may also mean that the issue with the seats exploding explosives aren't a thing anymore, because we think part of the reason explosives were exploding when they were too close to a seat was the player ragdoll was moving, hitting the explosives, detonating them. That may be fixed. Haven't tested it. Honestly, it's something worth testing, yes. But because the game now actually calculates the explosive penetration, we should. We didn't survive that. Because the seat is attached to the hull, attached to the turret, and we put the explosive on the hull. That's why that didn't survive. Also because we were using a weak seat. That's also another reason. So, I need to delete this tank because my frame rate is dropping rapidly. There we go, delete. So, first things first, let's talk about the new interactive and the new parts. Level 5C. Level 5C is destructible. Let me grab a block that's indestructible just for the sake of showing it. And I think it's 3 blocks away it can detonate from, and still the seat survives. Yep. If it goes 2 blocks, then the seat's destroyed. Yes. Okay. So that's understood. That we know. Let me get rid of the chat on this window so I can look at the chat on that window. Not all the survival parts are here, unfortunately. Like the I didn't see the pipes or anything, which I was really hoping for because the pipes can place blocks, and I was hoping we could actually have full-on autoloaders, like true autoloaders, using the pipes to place explosives and cardboard and stuff. Can't do that yet. But since we do have the new interactables, engines, seats, and things like that are now pretty much, you can pretty much make them indestructible. The handful of items that aren't completely destructible, like the engine, say, the engine should be completely indestructible. Yes, it is. Let's go back to the seat just because that's what I'm really concerned about here. So the seat, we said, can be destroyed from 2 blocks away, but not from 3 blocks. However, you can put a skirt like this to protect it. Having seen that, I wouldn't be surprised if like these titanium boxes start appearing on a lot of tanks. And it's not just for seats, but anything that is like breakable, like sensors can be destroyed, pistons cannot. Controllers that can't be destroyed, or can be destroyed, sorry. those can. I honestly expect these to start being in titanium-lined bathtubs, or in this case, Metal 3. Titanium is just a real-world reference to the A10 Warthog. Oh, it's nice to see my connection tool still working properly. However, like I showed a second ago with the Naga, sometimes if it's exploded near the bottom, so according to the rule of penetration, right here shouldn't technically destroy the seat, but it might. Yeah, it did. Because the explosive was placed on the hull, not the turret, and the seat is connected to the turret. So, okay. Of course, Metal 3 is going to be more standardized, and I think they made it look a lot better when painted. Does the Atlas actually look, like, respectable when it's painted? Or does it still look like garbage? No, it still looks like garbage. Maybe a little better. They may have made it a little bit nicer when painted. So it's like, okay, what about Metal 3 armor, but with like a coating or something, like, say, the standard maintenance ship block. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Should be a drop-down menu for the things that have multiple, i.e. seats, engines. Yes, I think a drop-down menu would be good. Or, so basically go here, and you can, instead of just clicking and dragging, like we do now, you could click on it, and then get, like, a variance here in the left, or even just click it and it show the variance around it. That would be really nice. Also, I realize you can't see my cursor, but off to the left of the menu would be a nice place to put colors, or put variants. Put a gun on a van. No. I've already put guns on dumb stuff. So, what I'd also expect to see is DFST, something like this. Yes, I see that, Red Pug. They can't place explosives. So this, interactive. Parts, wires. I kind of expect to see stuff like this appearing in tanks. So just have like a really stupidly simple gun surrounded by stupidly thick armor, or I should say powerful armor. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, because it's on a lift. I'm an idiot. Heck, this isn't even needed. So something like that, just a quick... Lots of practice. Like, what is it, the Naga? Is the Mark 54. It's like the main battle. So here's the Mark 3, here's the Mark 2. See if I can find the Mark 1. Here's the Mark 1. And then MBT. Micro MBT. There's the Mark 50. There's the Mark 22. There's the 28. 19. 46. Is that that's an Atlas? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's an Atlas. Well, predecessor. 31. 16. So on and so forth. I have a lot of tanks. 18? Yes. 21. 23. Another 23. Another 54. 38 with an AA gun attached because why not? There's another 31. I was modding out a tank just to see what it'd be like. What the heck is that thing? I just scrolled by. That thing. Oh, it's a Surge. There's a Badger. I think that's a... Is that an aardvark? I think that's an aardvark. Anyway. So, something like this. Let me just save this for testing's sake. So, let's just say I have this loaded. I expect the gun to be damaged by this. I don't expect it to be destroyed. Okay, so the actual... Alright, that's interesting. Delete. Build. Now what I want to test is, if I do this, will this make it indestructible? Or nigh indestructible? And make sure it still fires. Which it does. Okay, it destroyed the wires. Now then, what if I have 2 layers of armor? Will the wire survive this time? If long range sensor exists, make pretty good anti-missile. Yes and no. You need a really long sensor because the problem is rounds teleport at such a distance between each time they pop into existence that, especially high power cannons, you're not going to be able to detect them. Modded sensors, no, we don't play with modded sensors, Spidey Brick. So basically, by the time you sense it and it start deploying a countermeasure, like 2 or 3 game ticks is usually passed. Like, I think they've changed the whole game tick system, so it may be different. But last time I was testing stuff like that, basically by the time it detects the round, if it detects the round, it doesn't have time to actually deploy anything. The round's already hit by the time the sensors or the logic has started to function. I try to make a tank, but it's too laggy. Alright. So what I was testing here was... Okay, that did actually die. So is there... Okay, and it has to be durability 1 for it to even fire, so we can't get a stronger propellant system. Also... What's that? So let's actually make sure we had a level 5 piston. Just so that's not the weak link. Too fast. The spud guns, yes, are glitch wadded. They're glitch wadded using a vanilla method. The wires have been destructible for a while. Basically, any part that has one durability, which you can see in the right side of the screen, is destructible by a spud gun. So, let me just paint that. This should still fire, which it does. Nice. Okay, so that actually still did destroy it, just because this got destroyed. Now, how many blocks away does a wire have to be from the explosive to block it? So let's just have a single, like that. This is, what, 3 blocks away? Okay. Okay. Alright, so this isn't the case. Let me do... Alright, now what if this isn't directly attached to the item? Say this is a separate item. Now then. Ah, that's a pain in the butt. Okay, let's just... So we put an explosive here. Put an explosive here. Okay, that's safe. Let's see durability on these. Oh, they have high durability. That's nice. How does what work? Saying how does that work is very non-specific. So you won't have to worry about your ammo exploding, but you may have to worry about the propellant getting destroyed. Okay. Or even the propelling arm, because before we were using these? Durability 4. They won't survive an explosive. Weight 2, is there anything? That's weight 2 that's indestructible. I don't know. Don't ask me, Spidey. Ask the developers why that happens. I don't know. Something that's a low weight. That is 3 weight. So, okay. It's not indestructible, but it is very hard to destroy. Wow, engines are this lightweight? Oh, good night, Red Pug. I'm not going to dig around the code, no. Sorry, that's something that like Captain Bob would probably do, but not me. So here's a question. So if I build a new spud gun, connect a... Alright, it doesn't make me like connect a ammo thing to it. That's what I'm expecting to happen. The whole like it doesn't, because it was on a piston, it considers a separate entity, doesn't check the wall. So it means... So if I put this seat on a bearing, which is something that actually we've discovered to help in some situations. with the older cannons may actually hurt tanks now. So this is on a bearing. Oh wow, that actually did still save it. So what about a piston? Is it just the pistons? That can go away. So piston, this, that. So okay, let's just say the wall's not there. And let's put the explosive the same distance. This should kill the seat. Should. Okay, it does. That's nice. It could just be that the wires are so low, like on the destruction, that it destroys it regardless. That's a possibility. I don't like it, but hey. So with this being said, so let me see something. Let me see, like, how much does the seat need to be protected from this blast? Oh, that actually pushed the piston up, if you noticed. So will this always protect the seat? What? I would expect this to destroy the seat. It's actually just pushing it. Okay, that killed the seat there. So what if, say there's just a single hole right there for the explosives to see through? Okay, that makes sense. This, no, it's not. So what I want to do is I want to make a platform. Let's draw a quick wall. Put a hole in it. Actually, just put 2 holes. An explosive. And let's take a block that we know is reliably destructible, such as cardboard. Let's see if there's like a pattern that appears because of that hole. Okay, so it didn't destroy this layer. Didn't destroy this layer. Didn't destroy that layer. What? Okay, that time it did. Alright, so let's do that again. Why didn't it destroy when I was like this? Do explosives have like an optimal angle? Okay, so that's the sides. What about the back? Bottom. This is very interesting. How about... Now it's detached. What? Okay, let's give it more room to blast through. See if that changes. Oh, that's actually interesting. It's not as far. It didn't, like, shoot... Because last time it shot, like, all the way through this. So let's put those back. Put that there. Okay, right next to it doesn't do anything. What if we go one away? Will that change anything? Let's open that up. See if that changes anything. Yeah. And this went all the way to there. Whereas this, see if this has a change. Okay, that went all the way to there. But if we were to go like that. Okay, that didn't do anything. Yeah. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to hop on top, shoot down. This is weird. Alright, what if I modify those? It's just for the sake of trying. Yeah, this only went to... I have an idea. I think I may understand what is happening. So, from a coding aspect, don't quote me on this, I'm guessing they have like a particle system. So, from the dead center of this explosive, there's particles that shoot out in a circle. The problem is, because it emanates from the center, when it's put just like this, the center pretty much cuts so much of this off. But why it shot so far with... Maybe there's a randomness to it? That's what I'm curious about. So, what I'm thinking is if I do this... Let's find a part that props it up about halfway. There's batteries and stuff. Those are nice. What's a block that props up about halfway? Where's my favorite little... Oh, I'm going to have to relearn this inventory now. There they are. So, if I were to do this, drop it on there, do that, seal this hole a little bit more. What? Okay, so this. So there's definitely randomness to this. That I know. Alright, so... Where's the lift? Oh, it's in that corner. EXP test. Explosion testing. Alright, so this has nothing changed. This is just for pillars. Alright. Same orientation. What I'm going to do is I'm going to block this one off. Is there like a pattern? No, it actually changed. Okay. I'm curious how this one got destroyed. Even on this here. Because it shouldn't have. It went all the way around. Well, we don't know if it's like which end of the explosive is better. So, okay, this is... So we know this is... Okay, I need a bigger test platform because this doesn't give me, because it goes all the way to the edges. I'm actually going to be really happy if they put like actual like penetration to like the front and back so that you can have heat shells essentially by just ensuring that it pens in a certain direction. That would be amazing. I guess the whole explosive has to be exploded to the part. Well, I do plan on testing it disconnected here shortly. I'm just making my platform to test off of. Oh, I already know this isn't centered properly. I don't care for the sake of this testing. So, lift exp test 2. Oh, not at 2. Save. Where's my cursor? There it is. So, all right, this is so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. So this is 6. That's 7. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you count, no, that'd be, so that's 6. Okay. All right, let's actually destroy those pillars to see if I get a perfect radius. Let's destroy these. Okay, so that actually didn't give us a perfect radius. Interesting. It's not even like mirrored either. All right. I should probably go to flat world. Here, let me go to flat world. Or until I found out everything I want to know. Or until I get tired or hungry, maybe. I didn't actually eat dinner. Where's my flat grass one? There it is. And valid game name. Get rid of space at the end of it. So I think... So here's what I know. Originally, the devs had tried to make it like a particle system where it explodes and it goes outwards and it tries to find find holes and things. That apparently is too laggy, so they decided against it. Well, they tried to keep a somewhat system like that, which ended up with the a glitch I discovered, and actually the devs I showed to Brent Batch and he brought. It was either indestructible or near indestructible. That was the thing. So they ended up going to a simpler explosion model, which is what we were used to, and I think they went back to a better one. So, all right, let's give it something to resist. Actually, no, let's actually just give it a regular. That way we have a ground or a control. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. All right. So there's that one. There we go. So these are our two controls. This is just with pillars, and this is just with nothing. Oddly enough, this is actually identical to the other one we did, the other test. Interesting. I don't know how to explain that. Alright, now let's do one. Oh, they made it so you can't put lifts on things that are static again, or like dynamic. That was a thing we actually enjoyed. Now let's do the same thing, but let's make the explosive free. So this is the one with pillars. And this is the one without pillars. Okay, so this is different this time. Alright. Now, let's give it some form of resistance. In this case, something that's somewhat resilient. That I also know will get destroyed. Let's just use maintenance ship blocks, because that's what we're used to. Okay, maintenance ship blocks. That MSB was not destroyed. Alright. Let's do MSB, but with a free explosive. Okay, that happened again. I also want to test the orientation. So let's do just this pillar style. But let's just change the orientation of the explosive. So now we have the bottom to the back. Let's put the bottom down. And we got pretty much the same pattern. I really hope this isn't the case. Let's try something. I really hope this isn't the case. Let's turn this platform 45 degrees and see if it becomes indestructible. If it does, that means they brought back the old glitch. Alright, so alright. Also, bearings seem to be a lot more gelatinized. Oh no. Wait, let me actually test this. Here's a little crappy piston engine. Okay, that's not any more than I would expect there to be. Bearing flop at least. Controller. $45. What? Excuse me. You're supposed to do something. Oh, wait. Excuse me? You... What? Let's just grab somewhere near the center. Alright, controller. Just because it's so off balance, please tell me. Alright, that's a standard controller. Let's get a level 5 one so we actually have some speed. Alright, that's there. What? Devs, what'd you do? Is it literally just because this is heavy? Please tell me it's just because this is heavy. Did I make just a ridiculously heavy platform that this can't turn? Okay, that's acceptable. It's probably because I'm literally just turning this whole thing on a giant... Tools. Scammer. All right, 45 degrees yet? Almost. Why does it look like it's going 90 degrees? Ah, because I set it to 90 degrees. Like an idiot. Yep, there we go. Yeah, that's why we passed 45. Alright, now we're at 45. If this is not going to destroy anything, I'm going to laugh so hard. Wait. Okay, for a second I thought they screwed it completely. I thought they really screwed it. I really did. Alright, just for testing's sake, this should still destroy quite a bit. Okay. That's hopeful. So... Alright, what if we use a less protective material? say, because last time we used MSB is still a respectable armor. Well, good enough armor for most applications. Let's grab, say, concrete. Concrete would be all right, or stone, rough stone, whatever this is called. That didn't offer much protection at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah, no, it didn't really offer any protection whatsoever. Alright, that's interesting. So, this has 3 durability, this has a lot. See if we can find something that's in the middle ground. Was it this? Let's try this. That survived, oddly enough. But did it actually protect anything? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope, didn't do anything to protect. Alright, let's double check the MSB just to make sure it wasn't a fluke. Okay, MSB actually protects stuff. What's something else we can test? So MSB is 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. This is 5. So let's find something that has 6 armor. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This has 6. Let's test it. And just for the sake of consistency, let's bring this down this way. Sounds like someone's running a lawnmower outside. I'm not sure if it's something I should be concerned about with, like, my computer or my AC. Okay, that didn't protect at all either. Is it just because MSB is special in some way? Let's make sure it's not. This is the same protection value as MSB. Okay, so conclusion. If you want any armor whatsoever, you need to have at least 7 durability. And 6 durability, of course, is indestructible anyway. So, that being said, honestly, I don't know where I was going with that thought. Yes, I keep grabbing this mouse. Wrong mouse, this one. That's the mouse hooked up to my secondary PC, which is running my streaming stuff. Well, chat. Why does this one not have a foot peg? Oh, it just fell to the ground. Wait, is Metal 3 heavier than it used to be? I don't think it is. Squad-like features. I'm not sure what squad-like features you're referring to. With vehicles, I'm not sure. The only like major features that I can think of is PvP, in-game chat. Okay. Wait, do they not have? They don't have any of the spud guns. They haven't added any of the special spud guns. Nice. So, what I'm seeing is everyone's going to be running around with Metal 3 like everything now. I bet. Or if anything, they're going to be doing like a Metal 3 lining. So if I were to grab the Naga, just for sake of this is what I'm using right now, is see how like the Naga has this armor plate here, and just remove this, and then Metal 3. Where's blocks? There it is. Just have a Metal 3 lining to everything. So that this way, if say an explosion hits, I don't know, right there, it's a very specific spot to hit. Huh. So that detonated the ammo. So what if I do this time? I know I didn't put the armor plate. Wait, that's not Metal 3, is it? That's Metal 3. So it gives it, there should be a Metal 3 somewhere laying around here. There we go. There it is. Okay, it didn't destroy the Metal 3. The Metal 3 just disappeared because it was attached to a block. Something else I expect to start happening is... Wait, can I actually do this to the Naga? I think I got enough turret room for it. Oh, please tell me I can do this to the Naga. I'm going to laugh if I can do this just to the Naga. Put a titanium tub in here for the seat. Yes. Okay. Last time. Still destroy the tank. It didn't destroy it because of C. It destroyed it because it disconnected it. Yes. So that means I just have to reinforce the tank. All right. So that means new tank. So I do want to describe this part though. Because armor was so pointless for the longest time, I just didn't do it. I didn't even bother. Like if I had to choose between functionality, cosmetics, or armor, functionality of course went first, cosmetics went second. So if you notice, the Naga has this really thin plate down here. That was for ground clearance and to lower the whole profile of the vehicle. That's why that's there. But it significantly reduces the armor. But because armor is pointless anyway, I didn't care. Now, armor is a thing, and we can actually like use it. So, that being said, I need to make like a heavy tank, like a proper heavy tank again. Like the Surge, like these big boys. Let's get the M, because that's my model. Oh, the Surge is not happy. The Surge actually can rotate his gun. Can't fire the gun. How many licks did it take to get the center of a surge? Okay, there's the surge dead. Why is it dead? Because the seat was destroyed because it had a low-level seat. Now, mind you, if I had a higher-level seat, that probably wouldn't have been an issue. So let's shoot a surge with a Naga. Also, can I just say the newer tanks are so efficient? Okay, that lags. Of course it does. That lags. See how close we can get a Naga to a surge before it lags. The newer tanks are really, like, surprisingly lagless. That's, what, 5 blocks away? Or at least the hitboxes are significantly shorter. Smaller. Alright. Let's just hit the front hull of the surge. Not an instant death. Nice. Alright, let's aim for the turret cheek. Now keep in mind, penetration still is a thing, and the surge is not using like any special means. It's just using the old ricochet. That is inside the turret cheek. Detonation. That would have killed a normal tank. Heavy tanks are a thing now. Like, proper heavy tanks are a thing now. Armor is actually a thing now. I'm happy. I'm out of ammo. Parts. There's this. Go away, Windows. I just hit the Windows key by accident. How long was the Naga in service before I'm, like, talking about building a new tank? Let's just hit right about there. Side of turret. That's glorious. Okay, that killed it. And it was a... Oh, I was going to say, I thought it was a turret disconnect. No, it's a seat destroyed. Currently, no. Like, to be honest, actually seeing armor be a thing is amazing. But in saying so, I realized just how OP it's going to get. But also saying so, aiming for weak points is a thing now. I'm half tempted to ban certain specific items, such as... So if I go to interactive, like, electric engines tier 5 are indestructible. Gas engines tier 5 are indestructible. That feels a bit cheaty to me, that you can't disable a tank's engines. Like, I'm kind of glad that tanks are now tanks, but that still seems a bit overpowered if you have a tank that can't have a destroyed engine. Also, like suspension. Tier 5 can't be destroyed, even though I don't think suspension could be destroyed. Let me test that. Yeah, no. Suspension and stuff couldn't be destroyed anyway. So. I could also see, like, leagues. It's like weight classes, so to say. Like, say a light tank league where you don't have... Like, you're not allowed to use MSB, or you're not allowed to use something over level... Say level 3. Anything over level 3 is not allowed. But that would also mean... Speeds would be... So let's see what a level 3 gas engine gives... Or electric engine. Ah, yeah, you can't use full speed. Wait... Please tell me that you don't have to have a level 5 for full speed. So level 5 electric engines are going to be required. Wait, are there more ticks? I'm actually curious. So the Naga has The Naga moves according to the old speed. So this is theoretically an old tank. Are the engines different? They or did it auto update? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 ticks is what the old ones were. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So maybe a tier 3 is the same? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so tier 3 is the same as the old ones. I think. I need to test that. Yes, a round inside the ring will screw you up. But like I was saying, aiming will matter now. So if you aim for hole, let me delete this just for the sake of showing you what I mean. So let's get another surge, because surges have stupid amounts of armor. Oh, that's laggy. Let's do that again. I don't think it'd be based on size or weight directly. I think it'd be what level of items you're using. So level 3 metal would be banned, or say interactables above level X are not allowed in this weight class. Or say a level 3 battle, you have to have a tank with only level 3 items. I don't know. It's very... So say here's a surge. Let me back up so it's an actual engagement. So say if I aim at the surge and I hit chassis, the surge can take it just fine. Didn't destroy anything. And before this update, that probably would have actually killed the surge, just because the ammo probably would have racked in that exact engagement. Alright. So let's aim this side of the turret, the side where the seat is not. Okay, that actually hit the top of the gun. That was actually an amazing hit. So if that kills it, did that kill it? That would have been a death kill there. Or a death kill. Yes, that would have been a proper kill. That would have probably ammo racked the whole gun. No, the tank's just fine right now. Because what would happen is it explode up here, but the explosion radius would have caused an ammo rack. What makes the FST game able to fire down as a piston that extends through the forward third firing round? So essentially what is happening with the DFST? I'm actually going to go to this, just so I can look at the camera. So the spud gun is at the back and it fires forward, hits the cardboard, and the round gets moved forward. Now what's happening, what the devs did is instead of the round having... Have I ever made anything like an M3 lead? Not specifically, no. So the game goes, and spud guns aren't allowed to give a downwards force. So if the gun is pointed down, then the canister still goes forward. But what happens is the spud gun is on a bearing, or not a bearing, a piston. So it tries to go forward like it normally would, according to the code, but that piston won't let it. So as it goes forward, the piston drags it down. That's where the momentum comes from. And then because the whole calculations of momentum, the game goes, okay, the round is moving. Okay, the piston won't let it move forward, so it's going to move in the line of the piston. Okay, now it's moving downwards. Now it disconnects. So now it's... spud guns are fired, it moves forward, but the piston moves it down instead. Then it disconnects, so it's got a downward motion, it disconnects, and just keeps going. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Let's go back to this. Hello. How fun are my tank battles? The level of fun has changed through time, I will admit. The really fun battles are the one where it's actually head to head. So God, I can't think of his name all of a sudden. He was Russian. Angel from Hell. Angel from Hell was really fun to battle against. I had to really focus on it because he was a really good tanker and he had a lot of really good tanks. However, it's not as fun when you're playing against someone who's really new to tanks, simply because I'll admit, I start to toy with people when I know they're not the best at tanking. And it's not as fun because there's no threat, there's no... Yes, I realize input lag is a thing, Globe. Yes, I know I host. That's why I was trying to get my secondary PC to host games so that input lag would be shared. Okay, now let's go for a kill shot, which is this side of the turret. The round ricocheted through the armor, went somewhere else. I think it may have disconnected the gun. Looks like it did disconnect the gun, maybe. Yep, gun's disconnected. Yeah, because it hit here, ricocheted over here, and then detonated. The seat's still fine. And also, some of the changes to the multiplayer recently have kind of killed tank battles because teleporting is a thing. Teleporting is an issue. It's not just a thing. So, like, when you're not sure if your enemy can see you properly or not, it really becomes like, even though you killed him, was that a proper kill? Was that a fair kill? Murder, death kill. Yes. Okay, that was a straight into the turret basket shot. However, the surge... Wait, no, the surge doesn't have all the stupid armor that the... Where did that explode? Right here. So that was like... The tank is just fine after that. This is what I'm saying, like, heavy tanks are a thing now. Is the Naga just a second version of the Minotaur? No. The Naga is a brand new build. It keeps the majority of the features, except for like this is new, and weird thing under there is new. Someone told me to put that in. It doesn't actually seem to be any benefit to me. The gun is a new design. It's still a 4-round DF cannon, but it's a completely new build. It's not just like I took the Minotaur and upgraded it. Alright, let's fire. What's that piece? Oh, it was one of the smoke launchers. Okay, that makes sense. What did that hit? So everything's fine. Hit right here. And the seat is right there. So, like, that would have been a kill shot. Now it's not a kill shot. I also want to take a tank and drive it around and see if I can get it to detonate. What is this weird thing with bearings? There was something we discovered a while back that if a seat was on bearings, it didn't get destroyed as often. And we don't know why. Like, there's examples of me in battle. I'll get ammo racked. But the seat's fine. The seat is right next to all the ammo. But the seat's fine. Oh. It's supposed to be a block updater that constantly moves. It doesn't actually do much. My testing, so it just kind of looks interesting. But it's also covered up, so No, the Naga's not on the workshop. Most of my newer tanks aren't on. There we go. That was a kill. So, what was it? The Mark 23? Was it 23? 23 is my other. Okay, the 23 was a heavy tank. It's Gallant. Or Gallop. Wait, yeah, the Gallop is the most recent one. This actually has. If you look at the turret, it actually has these netting, like the explosive netting around the main. There was a loader and a gunner to protect the seats. Like, that's a thing now. We can actually do that. What is the Mark? I think 26. Mark 26 was also a heavy tank. It also lagged a lot, so it never actually saw use. Just ignore the 26. I think there was a version of the 26 that had a, yeah, it had the Mark 23's body. This is when I-beams had the same armor as MSB. They changed that, so this actually is not useful anymore. So the Surge is the only like heavy tank I have available. Or do I? I think there's heavy armor versions of like certain tanks. The Mark 22 has the heavy armor package. It's not as heavy, but it is a heavy armor package still. Where's that? Here it is. This is a... Yeah. Okay. Alright, this is Mark 22. Eh. Weight protection speed. Okay, that was a kill. Oh yeah, I'm an idiot. The 22 still uses I-beam armor, which is like paper anymore. Mark. Is it 21? 21 has 21. Yeah, that's MSB. Not going to use it though because it's not a heavy tank. And it never had. Yeah, you see the Russian rounded turret here. 30. Oh, 32, 31, 30. Ignore that. 33, 34, 35, 36. Did the 35 have a heavy armor package? I think it did. No, didn't. That's retarded. 40, 41. Oh, that was 41. Okay, 42. 42 could be classified as a heavy tank. Where's the... there's 42.5. Yes, this is a testing tank, by the way. That's why the turret bobs like it does. This was a testing tank, and yes, it could be classified as a heavy tank. It's also really laggy. Let's try and fix that. Oh no, I'm stuck. Please help. Okay. So let's just hit this guy in the... Okay, that went below the tank. Let's just see where the damage was anyway. Of course, there's no damage because it's all MS3 or Metal 3. So of course there's no damage. Okay, the back of the turret is gone now. And so is some of the the decorative items. So that's irrelevant. Captain Rooster, armor exists. Yes, it does. Just showed up. Any major things broken in the new patch? Nothing that I know of is majorly broken. Admittedly, I've only been playing it for a few, hours now. Actually, they've kind of fixed armor. Armor is a thing now, kind of, sort of. We're still testing. But Metal 3 is very powerful. Some of the engines may need to be banned, like level 5 engines are indestructible. AP rounds, not so much. I guess AP rounds may be a thing if you're thinking quantity over quality in rounds. So say if your goal is to hit their ammo rack, having a large belt of 20mm would be nice. But explosives are a bit less effective now. They're actually not as godly as they were. So I'm gonna hit Turret Cheek. That was an ammo rack. Tank's fine because it's entirely made out of MS3, or Metal 3. I'm not even going to bother with the pipes right now because I'm guessing pipes work the exact same as they used to. It's just the explosives are different now. I would love to know where that detonated, but of course this is all made out of... I like to see the explosion pattern. It exploded somewhere right here in the gun. And there's no shielding there, so it probably got through right there if it did. Oh, ow. Hippo, I know you want me to show off your T30 or T95. I'm doing testing. I'm not going to stop what I'm doing to show off your tank. Or was the T95 your tank? I think it was. Pretty sure it was. Okay. So, front hole. That's where all the armor is. Did nothing. Did nothing. It just destroyed the cosmetic bits. No, you cannot join multiplayer, Sean. I am testing things. You can put about 20 on a plane. Okay, that actually went through the turret. I saw it. So... Alright, fine. T95. Where's the 95? 95. Let me just search 95. We shouldn't have too many of these. Oh, that's a thing. 95 bomber. Oh, that's something someone sent me. Yeah. So let's go ahead and grab a... is it Mark 40? Mark 40? 41? 42. There it is. So let's try and hit the front hull of a 42 with a large canister. The AR-15 Warthog. Crap. I don't know how to load this thing. Give me a minute. Give me a minute as I try and figure out how to load this thing again and not have it crash my world. Honestly, it'd be easier just to test just explosives. That didn't work. That didn't work. Which wires lets me load this proper? This one? Or this one? I hope this works. No, of course it didn't. Do I play in survival? No, not really. I played it for a bit, found out it was trash, and we completely ignored it after that. Well, this is completely fine. Except for that bit. Because this actually buttons have rather large collisions now. Well, that... yeah, it removed quite a bit, actually. But it's completely fine. Completely safe, actually. Like, that's ridiculous. Took a T95 shot with no, like, major repercussions. Let's drive this thing around and shoot it. Let's destroy the T95 with that, shall we? Oh, and let the T95 destroy our world. That was a bad idea. It was a really bad idea. World cleaner, world cleaner, world cleaner. So, mostly I wanted to test the explosive physics. And the answer is yes, explosives are a thing now. Well, shit. Explosives have always been a thing for a while. Armor is a thing now. So, of course, heavy tanks are going to start popping up. Armor is going to be... yeah. And Metal 3 is actually really good armor. And I honestly expect to see, like, lined guns. Like, basically take a... say, like, this gun, DFST Tiny 2. And I expect to see just, like, linings on these. So, like that. Like, actually just lining the gun with Metal 3 for the sake of making it nigh indestructible. Near indestructible. Like that. Now, if you put a canister here, by the way, it will still destroy things. So don't think it's indestructible in that way. There we If I do that, it should kill it. Yep. But if I do this, this should be safe. Oh no! How much armor does this need to be, like, not destroyed? Oh, that's not armor. Because it's on a lift. I don't think that's the cause, but I do want to test it regardless. Do I have a belt of 20 mils? The last tank that had a belt of 20 mils was the, what, Drago? I think the Drago had one? Yeah, the Drago had a 20 millimeter. No, no. Drake? Yeah, the Drake had a 20 mil. 4 round 20 mil, just right there on top. How, like, interactive? Durability 4. Okay, let's test to see, like, what durability we need. What, like, amount of armor do we need for spud gun? I need a hammer. Or spud gun. Spud gun. Also, I just realized I deleted the spud gun that I needed for testing purposes. There we go. So, okay, I don't think that makes any difference. Let's just see. Creep it in until we get to... Explosives actually make things bounce now, too. Alright, that was here. So we'll double check that. That's 4 blocks away. 5 blocks. Six blocks. Okay. Double check this one. This. Okay, that protects it. Are spud guns really this, like, vulnerable? What if I put multiple layers? Alright. 2 layers? One layer. Two layer. Interesting. Okay, so you need like 2 layers armor. That's just for the sake of testing. And now screw it. So yeah, that's just for the sake of testing. DFST. There's the tiny 2. Just for the sake of... Okay, so here it shouldn't be wrapping around. No, that actually protects it.
So the question is, do we go full out heavy tank? Or do we kind of keep it respectable?
So what I'm saying is, like, do I go like Minotaur scale of tank and try and armor this up? Or do I just go on full surge and like turn this into a like behemoth? It's so tiny. Oh my god, actually seeing the Minotaur next to a surge is hilarious. That's actually adorable. I want to see an aardvark next to this thing. The aardvark. Ah, that's not the one I wanted. Oh my god. The surge is so massive.
Part of me wants to go full like surge. Full surge size tank. Like big thing. And completely deck it out, armor top to bottom. Like the whole like armored turret basket and everything. Part of me wants to do it for the sake of I am God Tank now. Part of me also wants to do it just to see how overpowered it could be.
Wait, I have an Atlas, don't I? Atlases are MS3. Okay. I think we were testing with an Atlas earlier. That big gun on the Atlas. Screw it. Aardvark has the same power as the rest. So, okay, Atlas. Atlas is respectable armored because it has MS. It's completely metal 3. Fire. Okay, that killed the Atlas. Got a pen straight through the cheek. You need to put wide Putin when you have wide tank.
So what I'm thinking is basically taking the guts of an aardvark, something that's really compact, really tiny, like that kind of gun, and putting it into something the size of a. Taking the guts of an aardvark and putting it in something the size of a surge, with just nothing but armor, like armor as much as you can. Or I could even like take a Minotaur and give it. It's just I don't want to take a Minotaur. Minotaur's gun's really big, be really hard to armor because it has moving parts and stuff. But basically, take this gun, slap it into a tank with stupid amounts of armor. Just for the sake of testing, let's grab another Atlas. No, Aardvark doesn't pop up anything. It does have the kneeling, if that's what you're referring to. But the gun doesn't actually pop out. It's only a 2-round cannon. Okay. What killed this? Oh, actually, the Atlas has heavy tank qualities. See, and the explosives detonated. That was the, I had a hair in my tongue. That was annoying. Was that the Mark 44? No, it was Mark 45? No, that's a 46. 47. 48. 9. There's the thick aardvark. 50. Thick aardvark might be good for testing. It's the Minotaur 51. That is, where's the 51? 51 was a prototype. 2. This is the one that has the pop-up cannon. And the 53 also had a pop-up cannon, but that was very not practical. This was a Minotaur chassis with the 52's turret. Plus modifications, of course. So it actually has the mine plow on it. Oh yeah, the balance is awful on the 53. This little prototype. Also, that killed it. How? What? Hey, get... fuck. I see a seat destroying an ammo rack, so that's probably it. Also, something I'm now thinking about is, you know how you used to be able to kill a tank from it just having like a loaded grenade launcher? So just for the sake of testing, let's just say this is a loaded grenade launcher. Let's kill it. I doubt it. Yeah, like tanks don't die from loaded grenade launchers. That's also a big boy. Let's grab a Seraph. Let's go Seraph 4, because I know Seraph 4 still has a grenade launcher in like later versions. So Seraph would die to a hit grenade launcher. Yeah, the Seraph is... This is the older Seraph. It's completely useless now. Unfortunately. So, fully armored turret rings will be a thing. Like, I'm actually thinking, like, would a one-shot cannon, single-shot cannon, be a useful thing? Because if you can just have a really simple single-shot cannon and a stupid amount of armor around it, that'd be practical in any way. Makes me kind of curious. Now, there is also like the issue of certain items will more than likely need to be banned, like certain engines. Speaking of, let's go ahead and take a Naga. Yeah, confident you can take a hit. Make a tank that has armor that is a tank. Naga. Let's put the level 5 engines in a Naga. Just for the sake of... Naga. Okay, let's world clean again. Because I think that other tank is causing the Naga to freak. There we go. Naga's fine. So take the Naga, let's grab level 5 engines. And just for the sake of testing, I'm just going to throw the engines there. And I think these engines can connect to how many different bearings now? That's essentially what the Surge is. The Surge is literally just a Wyvern with another, like, ridiculous amount of armor around it. Like, it actually uses the same everything. I'm not kidding. The Surge, honestly, the Surge is kind of in that category that it is getting like too heavy. And there is a rule saying that please like keep it reasonable. Okay, this is like how fast is this? How stupidly fast is this? Okay, it's like on this tier of like a gas engine. Okay, so these are overpowered. Of course, they indestructible. Level 5 engines. Level 5 engines are hard to destroy. Of course, they're going to be. But they're not indestructible. It would take a good hit to the engine, like. Okay, that's actually like all the bearings a tank should ever need. How many more bearings can we connect to this? Because I might just say no level 5 engines. How many more bearings? Okay, so what? 10? Oh, I didn't even connect this to the seat. I actually skipped across the armor there. Alright. Okay. So, for the sake of testing, temp part 3. Let's just grab another normal Naga. Oh yeah, survival mode water is supposed to become creative. I'm aware. There's already a water tile in the build menu, but so far I don't think it's working. We could test if it's working now. Okay, so the engine survived that. That engine did. Near to the direct hit, engine survived. So this is also like the issue that the engine may actually survive every hit to it just because the game doesn't calculate properly, or because the whole like penetration thing that even though you did hit the engine bay, you didn't directly hit the engine. Okay, so that was like probably the best. That would have been that would have definitely killed the engine there, but it didn't. It also didn't kill the Naga. So this is me like, I'm not sure if level 4 engines should be allowed. Because like, look how powerful they are. No, screw flying tanks. Amphibious tanks, like actual put bubble wrap inside them. How are your tanks going to, like I said, amphibious tanks, like, because one of the tanks someone sent to me for one of the community creations we recently did, this guy is actually made of wood and actually has like bubble wrap inside of it, so it's in theory water capable, but because we don't have water yet, it's not fully tested. How many bearings can this engine be connected to? If it can connect to 8, I'll like that's more than acceptable. Six. So 6 engines, that's fine. Let me test something. I actually have a world with water tiles to quote unquote put in, like the broken ones. Water test. So if they've updated it, then these should work. If not, I'm not going to bother with it tonight. I don't think I am. Where are they at? Where are they at? Where are they at? I don't remember where they're at. Let me just grab a noggin. I'll drive around. There they are. So in the tile editor, there's a water asset that can be placed, but we don't. It's not working yet. Yeah, these should have water in them if it was. He wants to see the Naga suspension actually like dipping into these hills, even though it's just pistons. You also see it tilting really awfully when I turn corners. I don't know if underwater tank piles work. Canisters would most definitely have really wacky physics. Captain Rooster, yes, I made an 8-round autoloader. That was in the Sarah 5. Doesn't work anymore because the update, but there it is, Sarah 5. Let's just actually find. .7, I think. Has an 8-round. Oh yeah, it's not loaded when you spawn it. So you have to interactive blocks. Let's use cardboard because cardboard was still useful back then. And I had to cut like the front of this gun off because if not, it's not going to pen. Might not even pen after this, but hey. So and then go back down to be. There's not an 8-round DFST. There's only an 8-round non-detach. That's not surprising. Dr. Chuggington, cannons that shoot tanks have something that we've tested before, and they're not worth it. They're really not. Mostly it's a joke. And even when it is a joke, it's not funny. The reason 8-round autoloaders don't exist anymore is because the update broke our old cannons. DFSTs were introduced like during the transition between the old update and the survival update, and one of the issues was the character ragdoll. We don't have this confirmed. So what we think was happening was when you're moving around, the character's ragdoll would move around in the seat, and the character's ragdoll would strike around, causing a detonation. That's our theory. That's our running theory. So 8 rounds started to basically fade out of existence. And with DFSTs, 4 rounds is kind of the capacity for DFSTs. Kind of. The more 50, was it 50 or 40? 30, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 45. Yeah, 45. 45. Where's she at? 9. Yeah, some of the big ones got here. All right, this has a 1, 2, 3, 4. This has an 8 round, I think. This is using a older form of DFST that cannot fire on the move whatsoever, I don't think. It's also not the best form of DFST. Oh, no, it's not even a pure DFST. That's why these aren't used. So yeah, 8 rounds. However, that's not a perfect DFST. It's got some issues. So, put next to a Naga, it is kind of tiny. Like, it's not stupidly like short, but it is a casemate, so this is how you load it. I know this can't fire on the move. That's one issue. Yeah, that's the thing. Like with larger autoloaders, yes, you have more volume of fire. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah, that's fine. But when it comes time to reload, it takes twice as long to reload. Maybe even more, depending on how well your gun is designed or how badly it's designed. Like with the Seraph 5, you had to reload from the bottom up. If you reloaded the top first, you couldn't access the bottom rounds, and you messed up. And something that like the early Atlas did wrong. So the Atlas one, I think this has the issue, or maybe I fixed it. Wait, what? Oh, this still has the like. Okay, yeah, it still has this design. That's irrelevant. Atlas 2. Do you think it'd be possible to make a blueprint of a clip? No, you're not allowed to spawn anything in a lift, so having a clip would be useless in battles. If you're doing it for a joke, yes, it's possible. I've done it. What did I call it? Was it Rocket? Rocket Pod 7. Should be a 9, I think. Let me find 9. There it is. This wasn't for the whole, like... There we go. These actually have, yeah, it actually has the whole gun in there too, just because that was how I built it at the time. There should be a card 5. There it is. And these were built to just weld into place. This is like, what, 24 rounds? Yeah, 24 round. Thank you, update, you broke everything. There's a high likelihood this is going to instantly explode when I fire it, but I don't know where that round went. Okay. Yep, that instantly exploded. But yeah, that would have had a 24 round, like, full auto. It detonated because the frame rate was too low. Oh, wow, like, not the entirety of this got destroyed. Interesting. Where was I? I was talking about, like, oh yeah, why 8-round cannons? Like this one, I think. Okay, I did eventually fix it. So with this gun, it fired from the left side, that side first, and then fired this side, which meant you couldn't half load it. So if you shot 2 rounds, you couldn't access those far rounds to reload. This one you can't. So that's another issue. Like with 8 rounds, can you half load it? Are you able to half load it? With like larger larger ones, like 12 rounds, I know some people have done. The problem with that, because I know some people who've had like large, like 8 and 12 rounds, but some of them weren't reloadable. So like one person had 6 rounds, 4 of which were reloadable, 2 of which weren't. So what they would do is they'd hit a button and it'd like cycle those 2, or just they had like a secondary cannon or something. But it'd fire those 2 spare rounds that weren't actually able to be reloaded anyway. That's the same thing with like the 20 mils. That's also part of the reason 20 mils went out of service, is because a large 20 mil like cannon would be nice. It really would. But putting it somewhere that doesn't get in the way, doesn't add too much bulk, and is actually accessible to reload is kind of hard. Now, you could easily make a 20 millimeter cannon with like 15, 20 rounds in it, and you probably wouldn't have to reload by the time the round's over. But at the same time, not the most useful. And I still think explosives would be better. Not perfect, but better. So 20 mils kind of went out of service as that recently. I went on way too many tangents talking about, I think the original question was something along the lines of why don't 8-round DFSTs exist? Yes, they add more bang, but they take longer to reload, more complicated, hard to make because DFSTs are not the most understood platform yet. Heck, we didn't even have 8-round non-detached cannons until way late into tank battles. Mostly because they were seen as like unnecessary. Yes, that is actually, well, legal now, because the whole you're allowed to weld parts now. That changed recently. One of the rules updates I did. So technically, yes, that would be more than possible, but why would you when you could just place the rounds manually? It probably wouldn't take much longer than trying to detach and reload via weld tool. And you also wouldn't be carrying a stupid amount of explosives just in your hull. So that is a thing. So here, hey, look, the cannon still works. Something that mildly concerns me with this like revelation that Metal 3 is a thing, or Metal 3 is really powerful, is will a lot of these like really nice curves start disappearing in favor of actual armor? Like, I'm not trying to kill shot here, by the way. I'm actually just testing armor. Like, what kind of hits can be accepted by a tank like this? Keep in mind the Atlas is not a heavy tank. It may be medium. So yeah, this is still fully functional. Oh, darn it. Left, right, up, down. Yeah, deflection armor will be valuable. Yeah, this is a fully... I don't have half my tracks. That's a thing. But like right now, because I don't have any armor here, because it was all like decorative armor, now I'm actually really vulnerable because I've got, what, 3 blocks of armor? Between... Okay, a little bit more than 3. Well, actually, 3 blocks, yeah. Equivalent to 3 blocks of armor. Instead of... like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, give or take. 8 or 9. I've only got 3 because I had decorative armor. Now, decorative armor is not going to be as good. However, in saying that, glitch welded armor will probably be a lot more valuable now. So basically take these decorative pieces and fill them to the brim with whatever the like metal 3 would be. That's just for the sake of... grab this block. This is what I always use for all my nice slopes that everyone loves. So like this, you would just fill it to there with metal. Is there anything that like looks good with the wedge? Like those, not so much, just because they're not... No. They have a decent durability though. Do they have a better durability? They do have a better durability than normal wedges, which is nice. What about the... Where are they at? Where are they at? Where are they at? These. What do these have durability-wise? They're not that great. These are actually better. Wow. I can also see this being used a lot more. This, just the old generic wedges. Yeah. So I needed like a really nice wedge piece. It's respectable durability, looks nice. Because like this is what we've been used. So lacking in the armor department now as a result of what we've discovered about it, or the upgrades with armor now, or even just having, say, just for the sake of looking at it, like this is armor. Like doing what I did with the Atlas, how the Atlas has all of those wedges. How close do you think you are from making the perfect tank? You'll never reach perfection. You'll get close. You'll get really close. Like the Naga is what I'd argue is near perfect. The only major issue with the Naga that I can really say is that the cannon gets jammed rather frequently. Honestly, I don't know if it's avoidable in any way, but it does get jammed frequently. But now the armor's the thing. Now we can bring armor into the meta, like having ERA and stuff, or just even, heck, just going like this and adding a plate here would actually be a respectable thing. Like getting rid of these decorative like that. Like actually just doing this to a Naga would be... Test parts I have caps lock on. It looks awful. Let's just test. However, we would have to be careful because, of course, the breach is on this side and couldn't put armor all the way around. That may also mean that certain areas of the tank get different amounts of armor depending on where the cannon is and is not. So, okay, let's just say that's... unjam. I want to hit the very edge of that armor. And it still killed it. How did it kill? Why did it kill? We hit right there. And it blasted through and killed the seat. So if we had a higher level seat, that might not have actually happened. But it, of course it did. Hi, Black Kitten. Is it possible now to direct explosions away from important areas? From our test, Dirtpaw, no. It makes no benefit. One of two things will happen. Either everything will be allowed and tanks will actually be beefy tanks. They'll be like you'll be slugging it out. Or there'll be limitations. Like already Black Kitten, we're at least going to limit it to level 4 engines. Level 3 will probably be the actual but level 5, there's no way we're going to do level 5. Copaxon. We've actually been doing that throughout this stream. Testing, putting a Metal 3 tub around a seat, putting it around a gun. Putting around the gun is the least effective. Putting around the seat actually makes it stupidly powerful. No, well, okay, when you update the game with the creation, it still has the old engines in them that are full level, but they're only level 1 by damage and stuff. But they only output the power of a level 3 engine. That's why I'm saying level 3 would probably be a good substitute. Because of the same power as our old engines, just better in different ways. Well, I will see you later, Cheese Man. So most definitely, rules will have to change. They will. There's no doubt about it. Certain things need to be banned. Like level 5 engines. Level 5 engines are stupidly overpowered in this. Level 4 engines, we even put a level 4 engine on a Naga just to shoot at it. We couldn't actually destroy a level 4 engine. We physically couldn't. We even hitting a near direct hit, level 4 engine one day. And even saying that, level 5 seats may be OP, too OP. So let's grab a level 3 engine, let's grab a level 4 engine. Okay. Glitch welded armor is really not a major thing. People do it, but it doesn't seem to have any benefit. Some people are using like what they call deflection armor. But yeah, still. Okay, so this should hit that engine. It doesn't lag through it. Let's back up. So I'm trying to hit that far engine. I missed. And I fired, and I missed, and I fired, and I missed. So okay, you saw where that explosion hit. Didn't actually kill anything. Didn't actually kill the seat. Kill the engine. It killed the wheels nearby, but not the actual. So there will be rules that will say like certain seats aren't allowed. Level 5 is kind of cool because tanks actually can tank now, but at the same time it kind of makes tanks really stupidly hard to kill. Boo. Okay, I'm having a hard time shooting this Naga and actually having it explode. Technical difficulties, please stand by. Let's shoot for the other engine. Okay, that's right in the engine bay. Did that blow off the turret? It did blow off the turret. It just... Okay, let's get rid of that. It destroyed the engines on the inside anyway. True, but I think it also is going to just end with like two tanks sitting in the middle of a field. Just sitting across from each other, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until someone dies. There we go. Like that would have been, yeah, that's respectable. Like you hit the engine. Good for you. You killed the engines. But like this. That didn't kill the engine! Like so even level 4 engines are way powerful. Bounce off one tank and another. Okay, let's just say right there. Tools, spud gun. Right there, bang. Is that gonna kill it? No, it's not. Let's just say we hit there. Will that kill it? Yes. Like that's acceptable. That is. So level 3 engine, I think, is where we should cap it. Level 3, I'm guessing gas and electric. For yeah, that seems acceptable. Controllers, I don't see any reason to limit controllers because they're so small anyway. They usually control, I wouldn't say critical components, but like taking out the gun's elevation and traverse is not as useful. So let's, okay, now that we've done that test, let's just test the different seats. So 1 through 5. Or 5 through 3. Wait, can you actually... Okay, you can still do this to the seat. That doesn't do anything. You can't actually, like, change the seat in any way. You can't... That's kind of cool. Wait, can I just do this to these seats? Oh, no, they don't even have the upgrade interface. That's... meh. Alright. So, blocks, metal 3. Yeah, I could. I was about to say I'm going to put a large canister in my inventory. I don't need my weld tool at the moment. Let's just say large canister, just for testing sake. So level 5. This I think is 3 blocks away. So yeah, from 3 blocks away, it's safe. 2 blocks or closer, it's destroyed. All right, let's say large canister. That's safe. 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 Okay, I want to see if... Okay, maybe it's just because I didn't have it connected up to a bearing. Also, I destroyed the seat I wanted. So, U, E, E, I, left click. Oh, no, E. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, you have to look at the bearing. Is that a thing before? And I just didn't know it because I kept looking at the seat. Oh, yeah, no. You can't do that without seat. Can't do it with this seat, though. Okay. Right, let me grab that other seat because I wanted it for testing. Okay, so there is the destruction for this, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. So 3 for a small, 3 for or 2 for a large. So this is like, so this is the safe explosive distances for this seat. Tools. Actually. So that's the safe explosive distances for this seat. So for here, I'm going to say, what, 4? Let me move this away just so I don't accidentally detonate it. Okay, kill C. That's 5, I think. Two, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 6. Oh, that placed wrong. Okay, so this is the explosive distance for this. Now, let's just put a single layer of armor. All right, wait, so this will kill it, I think. Should kill it. All right, so this is the distance for a yellow. So small canister. It's actually... And let's see what the distance is for a large one. All right, so small canister, large canister.
Alright, just make sure that wasn't a fluke. Alright, so this is the large canister. And honestly, I don't see a reason to test this one, because we know it's going to destroy from like a mile away, I bet. Just for testing sake. Okay. Is it the same as the other one? No. It's okay, it's definitely more, but I don't know how much more. And honestly, I don't think it's worth testing. So let's just say this one here. Now let's put an armor in front of it. Let's just say like that. And now we know this would have killed it before. Does still kill it. Okay, let's make sure the armor is not going around the armor. Okay. Let's just say like this. I'll do it the same. Yep, it kills it. But when it's closer, I don't think it will, just because I think how explosives are working right now. Oh, well. But a level 5 seat won't even die in this situation. So let's just go like that. Let's grab the seat. Yeah, no, this like won't protect it. Okay, it will. It will. Hmm. That still kills it. It's just because these are not there. Hmm. So, okay, let me just go 1 block away. Does this solve all our problems? No. 2 blocks away. This is the only reason I kind of want level 5 seats to be a thing. Okay, what about 2 blocks of armor? What I think is happening is... So, what I think the explosives are doing is like... who is it? Black Kitten says they shrapnel? So... Think of it like this. When it passes through a sturdy block, say MSB or level 3, once it passes through something that's explosive resistant or highly resistant, which is, I'm going to say is, through my testing, is something that is 7 blocks or higher, 7 durability or higher. Once it passes through something that's 7 durability or higher, the shrapnel is knocked down in power, whatever it is. So, say the explosive has
7 durability of strength. That's how much it can penetrate through. Once the shrapnel goes for something that's 7 durability or higher, it then gets knocked down to, say, goes from 7 destruction to 6 destruction, let's just say. Which is what the seed is. So even though there's 1 block, that shrapnel is still technically penetrating, but now it's at a lower power. So where it could destroy a level 6, or where it could have destroyed a level 7, which is what this seed is, it now can't destroy level 7, but it can still destroy level 6. So that's why you need 2 layers of metal 3 to capture that shrapnel and completely negate it. So, in theory, if that theory is true, let's just say this shouldn't save the seat. It's just for the sake of testing. Let's see the seat. That doesn't save the seat, of course. Now, if we have 2 layers, this might not save the seat still. Okay, that didn't save the seat, even though the metal 3 at 2 layers did. So 3 layers of this. Still kills it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete that back layer of metal 3, or the MSB with metal 3. So this, in theory, should also protect it, I'm thinking. Is it just because I deleted this, like, single protective block? And, like, it's coming around the... So this protected just 2 layers this time? No. So 2 layers of metal. So metal 3 plus maintenance ship block did protect. Metal 3 plus metal 3 did protect. But maintenance ship block plus maintenance ship block does not. Now, what about 3 layers? Layers of metal 3 will protect. So basically, every time it goes through something that's resistant, say metal or maintenance ship block or higher, or was it 7 armor or higher, the shrapnel becomes less and less powerful. Or hash, or yeah, basically. Make it 1 wider on both sides. Okay, you want me to test that. So instead of making it 3 thick, like this is, let's make it 2 thick and just wider. Okay, I'll make it wider. And for the sake of testing, let's also give it a layer here. Because we know maintenance ship block and metal 3 together will protect it. So, will this protect the seat? No. No, it won't. So just so we know that the roof is not an option, 3 thick roof. Still destroys it. So, and then we know Metal 3 plus maintenance ship should protect it, unless that one corner that I missed is the downfall. Yeah, that protects it. One thick wall of metal 3 wouldn't protect it, so like this won't protect it. Oh wait, what? Okay, let's just one thick wall. Let's do that. Just because it has a roof and all that around it. For increasing armor. Making it wider is also an option, I guess. What I'm curious about is it simply because I have like this side open? Is that why thickness is the thing? So if I do this, we can't see the thing anymore. And if I do this, which we know allowed this to be destroyed. Seat's still there. So is it just because the explosion was wrapping around? Sorry, let's just say that's gone now. No, like it wouldn't. The explosion's not wrapping around. Okay, now this isn't destroying it. Okay, what if I do this? At the bottom there. Now this isn't destroying it all of a sudden. So, okay. So we know that this... Let's put this back on a lift. Is it just because it's on an angle? So this is one thick. We say this might not protect it. It does. Okay. And we would say that MSB at one thick won't protect it. Will not. Okay. And MSB at one thick, even from a significant distance, won't protect it. Okay. So these are all well understood. Let's see about what if we rotate it? What if we just put it at 45? As if absorption is a thing, this may affect it. Possibly. Don't quote me on this. So let's get metal 3, get bearing. Or if we're talking about like the whole going around the armor, may also affect it.
So let's just go 30, 37. Let's just say that. So from here, let me just temp apart this just for the sake of testing. I don't have a spud gun anymore. I don't care about large explosives at the moment. Okay. Now, the question is, would that have killed it if it was just MSB, not MSB at an angle? Okay, just MSB. Free. Okay, that would not have killed it. Alright. Let's get rid of a couple layers. Let's tilt it down a little bit. Tilt it down until it's flush touching. Get one more layer just so I don't have to go to full. Just go, yeah, there we go. Now let's test this. So, So, okay, will this kill the seat? No. Will this kill the seat? These are the same distance rounds. Same amount of armor protection. It's, what, 5 thick? That's, okay, that's 6 thick. Let's just say 6. There's another physics in the game they use this, and when they fix that, it also fixes explosives. They used to have something similar with explosives, but I found a bug in it, and then when I reported it to, I showed someone, Brent Batch, he brought it to the devs, and then the devs fixed it, or they completely overhauled explosives. It was like when explosives were first added, though. So these are 2 explosives at the same spot. Okay, let's go one back just to see if... Because that's where this seat would normally be safe. This would be the seat not safe with no armor. I forgot to put the seat in this one. Yes, because that is professional. So that kills the seat regardless of the armor in front of it. I forgot to load the seat again. That seat's still there, so I don't need to reload it. Have it no angle, just on a bearing. Test that. All right. Okay, so from here, explodes.
from here, which is where we were testing a second ago, explodes. Sheer volume durability between the explosive and the part in question. Yes. So what I'm thinking is, because let's just say this is the thickness of our armor right here. Now, when we do this at 45, of course, like actual armor, it gets thicker as we angle it, like the effective thickness. So from here, even though the explosive is there, it still acts like it's traveling through 2 blocks. Because say it emanates from the center, it acts like it's going through 2 blocks. 1, 2. Same way that would be too thick. So what you're saying is... So, okay, let's just say it's the gap. So if we didn't have this and just had it out here... Let's get rid of that just for testing sake. See if this does anything. Oh, it's metal 3. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, let's just have it here. And have it there. So we knew this was killing it right here, like right there, and let's test a little bit closer. So if we're saying the shrapnel effect, so let's just keep the shrapnel effect as a theory. So once it goes through something of high durability, which is, we've said is, what, 7 or more, the potential of shrapnel drops significantly. Then, over distance, it dissipates. Okay, that makes sense. So, okay. So let's just say, theory, like, from the explosive, let's say it has 7 durability of damage. So as it goes, MSB can't be destroyed from 2 blocks away. So from 2 blocks, it drops that 7 durability to 6 durability. Then it can't destroy this. Okay. So it takes 2 blocks. So let's say if it emanates from the center, it takes 3 blocks to drop a durability. So 3 blocks, drops durability, hits this, doesn't get destroyed. So I'm pointing at the screen, you can't see. I am pointing at the screen, yes. So it hits this. Distance also has an absorption value. Every point in space has an absorption value. Okay, so we're working into the shrapnel principle. So 3 blocks is 1 durability of absorption. So just say, for the sake of what we're doing. Then it hits MSB, and it loses a full, let's just say it loses like half of durability, half a durability explosion. Then it goes another 3, so it loses 2.5 durability explosion, at which point it can't actually destroy that there. So if this theory is correct, this will destroy the seat. Okay, we know that destroys the seat.
MSB will protect the seat. We know that will protect the seat. Let's find something that's not as durable as MSB. Say stone. We already know stone doesn't protect the seat. It's not a good good block to resist explosions either. So this should, in theory, kill the seat. In theory. It does. So, hey. Yes, you could go into the files and figure it out. That's an option. Jopo apparently did that. I like to experiment a bit more. So basically what we know is, like Jopo said, different blocks have values of absorption. They're really prepping water, by the way. Yeah, I know. They've been talking about it. So I honestly think not a full creative menu using the dev mode, I'm aware. It's not a full like everything, but I know. Dev mode for me is too unreliable. I've tested it once or twice. It's not worth it for my applications, like at all. It's not even worth. I'm actually curious. So the default engines, let me create a new world. I want to test this. Will it give me the legacy engines in my hotbar? So completely new world terrain. It'd be nice if they just made like give survival and or give creative mode elements in survival. So this is an engine. Is this the legacy engine? No, it is not. This is the normal or the new one. Legacy engines are in survival. They're not even in the creative menu anymore. Dev mode. Dev mode would have them because it's dev mode. Weren't they used to be called the electric motor, not electric engine? I think they started calling them engines at some point. I really want to see this now. Did they change the name of um what's something where I actually like open my inventory and look at the engines? DFST, piston. Okay, this should have me grab an electric engine and look at it. Here, I'll throw it over on the screen just so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Kind of. All right, actually, I'm going to go to this one. I thought it was electric motor for some reason. Was it always electric engine? Turret rotation. Rolling. So the electric engine is hooked up. This one I do need another gas engine because movement and turning. Because the engine will act There. Okay, so here in a second I should grab it out of my inventory. No thank you, YouTube TV. Gas engine. Oh, electric engine. It was named electric engine. Okay. BDO. What is that? Something online, I'm guessing. Your AFK leveling and what? I kind of know what that stands for. I don't know what it stands for. Hello. Oh, Black Desert Online. I don't know what that is. Also, the chat is really shrunken. Oh wow, it's really shrunken. I need to like fix that. There we go. It's back normal-ish. Let's go back to this view. Why is chat not showing up? One moment as I try and figure out why this is not working. Ah, it's because I have it turned off, that's why. Oh. Sorry, I'm just messing with things. Yeah, chat's turned off for some reason in this view. So, will I make a battleship? Probably not. If water physics get added and it's like actually useful, maybe. I might actually, yes. Right now, no. I'm not going to build a battleship in preparation for water. I want water to be added and then be able to test it. Is there a scrap engine? I don't know. No, there's no scrap engines. There's also no scrap seats. I do like the racing seat for 5. That actually looks really, really sexy. Let's paint it up to see what it looks like painted. I'm not a big fan of some of the blue accents, though. I would have preferred it to be a bit more humble. Yeah, I don't like the blue accents. Like 4? Let's grab seat 4. Where's that? There's seat 4. Seat 5, of course, looks a lot better, but it has way too much blue accent for it to be like in any cosmetic build that I would want to do. Copaxum, I don't think you heard me earlier. I tried dev mode. It's extremely unreliable. Like I tried to basically hop in the game and build a like just a quick 5-minute tank, and game instantly crashed. And every time I'd go into a survival mode with dev mode active, it was about 5 to 10 minutes for the game would crash. And from what I was testing when I first tested it, there was no way to import files properly. And the import command had no sort of like instructions on how to use it, so I didn't use it. And even now that people are starting to figure out dev mode, I really have no what. Like,
especially for everyone's like, yeah, do a tank battle and survival. It's hard enough to get someone who has a tank, whose internet connection is usable, that has a low latency, who doesn't have teleportation as a problem, who is able to battle at the times I'm awake, who has dev mode active and is willing to use it, to get into a survival mode where I have to import all the vehicles. Like, that process is not something that I can do for battles.
Took us, I think, 30. So, as a conclusion, I think level 4 seats are allowed, level 3 engines. Level 4 seat, level 3 engines. Other than that, I don't think there's really any more major limitations that need to be added. And speeds. Can you change the speed of a Baron using level 5? Let me check. Or just steering speeds, is what you're saying. Oh, it's not attached. Durr. I don't know why I thought that would work. Okay, let's just... Killing the seat is like the major kill condition. Like, if you can kill the gun, that is a kill condition as well, but some people have secondary weapons or machine guns or other things. That still classifies weapons, and technically, yes, a tank with a machine gun is still a functional tank, even though it's not going to kill anything. What happens in that situation is usually the two tankers agree that that is a kill. Even though technically it still has a functional machine gun, they usually agree that it's a kill. Having an indestructible seat is the proper, like, indefinite, like, definite kill. If the seat's gone, tank's dead. But if you have an indestructible seat, well, then the tank can, in theory, never die. Well, by the rules, it, in theory, can never die by the rules. It can still be considered killed if the tanker surrenders or if the two come to an agreement that, yes, that is in fact a kill. That's an interesting feature. You know, it'd be nice if this was a thing with WNS, like you just hooked it up to a bearing, hooked it to this, and just went, yeah, and just switch it to WNS, like have setting WNS down here. Because seats are actually, like, the old seats were still very weak. So, like, durability 3, whereas even a spud gun has durability 4. But what we're saying is using a seat that's like seat 4 here, which is, from what I've tested, is like
an acceptable amount of like resilience. Like something that if a round pens the turret, you're probably going to kill the seat. But if a round pens like the front hole, you're not going to kill the seat by accident. You're not going to kill the seat by accident. Like Jopo was mentioning, I think that if you did this to a bearing, you should be able to go right here, have W&S as an option. And that way, you can turn bearing lock off, W&S on, and you could have a easy W&S converter. Except for this is on turning, of course. But really, what's so bad about making the seat not an issue? Everything I just explained for the last 5 minutes. Yes, the seat being near indestructible would make tanks really, really tanky. It'd also make them really, really OP. And what would end up happening in a battle, rather than having two tanks duking it out and trying to get the better position, what would probably end up happening is two tanks sitting in an open field shooting at each other back and forth, waiting for one of them to die. Yeah, I guess that would work too. If you can just keybind something, that'd be all right. Or just you can give it oh, I see what you're saying, for buttons and stuff or whatever. Yeah, Jopa, that's what I'm saying. Level 4 seats would be what I would probably recommend. Hello, break. If the seat's indestructible, armor is useless anyway, because the seat is a major kill condition. The reason we want level 4 seats is because when you have a level 4 seat, then you actually have to add some armor to make the seat protected. And like you're saying, indestructible. Protect the seat with armor. If you have a level 5 seat, pretty much any armor will do whatsoever. Yeah, I know. I noticed that. I was playing with it earlier. It just means that when you do this, it stays at that bearing, that angle. Might be interesting for something. I'll have to mess around with this, actually. Are you sure that can't be? Level 5 seat can be broken. It's not completely indestructible. But for it to be broken... Okay, let's just... Naga. Let's grab Naga. Naga D. I'm not going to rip the seat out and put another seat in. I'm not doing that. It's not worth my time. So let's just, for the sake of testing, let's throw a level 5 seat right there in the back. Let's try and hit it. Let's try and kill it. This is a seat in the open. Nothing protecting it. Nothing. Okay, right there. Fire. Didn't kill. Hey, that actually did kill. Oh, I'm surprised. Go right there. Because with the engines were significantly harder to kill. Even the level 4 ones were. Which had the same durability, mind you. I'm gonna laugh. I was gonna say I'm gonna laugh if I kill the actual tank before I kill the seat. Yeah, I killed the actual tank before I killed the seat. Let's grab another Naga D. Let's just add the seat. There, I'm gonna kill that seat. This is a completely safe, unprotected seat. Completely vulnerable, unprotected seat. Let's go from right here so I don't have as much chance to hit the fire. Alright, let's find like a get out of the Goldilocks zone. You can kill a tank without killing a seat. There's technically one kill condition other than a seat kill, which is destroying all the weapons on a tank. Like, that didn't kill. Didn't. Okay, that killed it. Was that a level 5 seat? Yeah, that was a level 5 seat. Okay, just for the sake of testing, once again, I'm actually going to... Can I rip the Naga's seat out? No, I can't. I can't rip the Naga's seat out without causing so many issues. Give me a second. That should allow me to rip the seat out. Oh, the buttons fall, of course. That's to be expected at this point. Alright, should be able to destroy this. For the sake of, let's actually connect it up. It's not going to have turret controls. I'm not going to give it turret controls, but let's just give it the engines. So that way, when it gets destroyed, it'll go rolling off like it should. Like we'd expect it to. Just said level 5. Hi. Let's get away from all those buttons, because that's a problem. Well, the problem with weapon systems is you can have more than one. You can have one seat. Once that seat's dead, it's dead. Weapon systems, you have like your machine gun, you have your main cannon. Some people have 20mm launchers. Some people have grenade launchers. Some people have like shotguns, missiles, smoke launchers, which can be used as weapons. What I'm saying is the seat has always been like the definitive kill. I'm actually curious if that killed the seat or not. That was a kill though. Dr. Chungus or Chuggington, whatever that name is, Chuggington. You can also put the seat on a level 3 piece of metal. Then you can't disconnect the seat. That killed the ammo. That also should have killed the seat. No, there's not farm bots and creator. I don't think there's even like a command / help. Frame rate cap, help, reload textures, time. Yeah, you can't do the like dev mode commands to even spawn them in, so that's not an option. I don't know. I think level 4 seats are more like reasonable. Level 5 I think is a bit too overpowered. Oh, I didn't even load it, that's why.
I love that shooting the radio makes it turn on and off. I didn't even notice that till now. Yeah, destructible trees. I don't think so. I don't think they changed any of this. Pretty sure they didn't. Alright, that's just for the sake of testing. Yeah, no, it does nothing. Because like with the engines, you can actually have indestructible engines. I know, Break, that you need a specific type of tree for the saw to cut through it, but someone asked me if there was destructible trees. So I tested it. So, conclusions from this. Level 5 engines are not allowed. Level 3 engines, more than likely, yeah. Seats are questionable. I prefer level 4. However, some people are asking for level 5. Possible. Other than that, all the other higher level items don't really make a difference to me, in my opinion. Like the controllers and stuff, those don't seem like they'd be way too overpowered. My only concern, everything, say level 3 engines with well armored areas. I very much get the argument of having the customizable bearings. I do. It's just I'm not sure. Like, it's basically the debate of is the benefit of controllable bearings worth the problem of very hard to kill tanks? Let me swap over this one. Just because I'm not actually playing the game right now, I'm just talking. Good night, Joko. Like, okay, so let's just say we have a level 5 seat. Someone could put it in a level or metal 3 tub, a complete metal 3 tub.
and the only area to kill it is above it. So like the area where you have to stand. This is assuming they don't like completely cover the top of the seat either. Um, so let's just say they cover it in 5 of the 6 directions. They leave the top open so they can get in and out easily. That means if you hit the tank from the left, right, front, back, or bottom, it's not going to do anything to the tank. Not going to do anything to the seat. You'd have to land almost perfectly in the cavity, like this where I'm standing. You'd have to get the explosive right here to kill the tank with the explosive to the turret. If you had a seat that was like this. And so for the sake of testing, let's just say that they actually have like a tank around us. Because this would be the top of your turret. And of course, you'd have armor to the sides, and you'd probably have one here. And you have your gun there. So for the sake of testing. You have level 5C, you have interactable small canister, just because that's probably what we're still going to be using. Why can't you do it at the current suit with armor? Because it had to be really big, really thick. Alright, I'm actually not. I need to be back to this one. Okay. So say you make a seat like this, where it's a tub. It's a titanium tub. This should protect the seat. Which it does. Okay. I'm now thinking, didn't the level 4 seat survive this whole situation? So let's say this is level 4 seat. Level 4 seat might actually survive this, so that would give you a leg up in your argument. No, level 5 seat did not, or level 4 seat did not survive that. So level 4 seat you need at least this amount of armor. Right? No, you'd actually need more than that because one reason or another it's not actually protecting. What I'm saying is you could actually have like a reasonable amount of... You'd actually need some armor to compensate. No. It's not that level 5 makes for slimmer builds. What I'm saying is... How do I explain this? So regardless of size, regardless of how big you make it, armor penetration is still a thing. So you can have like stupid amounts of armor out here. But when a round goes through, it's going to pen to about like here. Now, level 5 seat at this distance, level 4, let's say level 4 seat at this distance with, say, penetration, even though this is, we're just going to assume that this is armored all the way through. Pen is still a thing. So it pens. Pens into this layer. I'm also stuck now. Well done, me. And they fixed the whole thing where you can place blocks on. Damn it. Place lifts on. Alright, so let's put a seat. This is a level 4 seat? Yeah, level 4 seat. See, did the seat get destroyed? No. Can you make a smart armor
GW sensor, I don't know what that means. The problem with the level 5C is even if you penned the tank perfectly, hit it in the exact perfect spot, there's a high likelihood you don't even kill it. Because of, say, all you need is like this titanium tub, which I'm using here. A level 5C plus a titanium tub like this can make a tank near unkillable. Even if you hit it at the perfect spot, perfect powered gun. Does space armor help though? Yes, it does, actually, T. So we were testing earlier, and in all the tests, the explosives was the same distance away. If the armor was directly against the seat, it would kill the seat. But as we moved the armor closer to the explosive, the armor actually became more effective, even though it was the same thickness, same distance. So the distance between the explosive and the seat was the same, but the armor became closer to the explosive. And as it came closer to the explosive, the armor actually became more effective because there's more gap between the armor and the seat. Dr. Chuggington, banning certain styles of building is harder than just banning a certain block. We're adding in a caveat of, oh, it must be connected via wood. Yeah, Lee, from what we've been testing, it works like shrapnel. Or very similar to. Now, alright, I need to go back to another world. Because it actually has my tests in it. Actually, no, I saved them. Never mind. I don't need to be in another world. Because I could show what I was talking about to T. So, creative, let's just think this is a flat world. This should be one of my flat worlds. It may actually be the one with the thing I'm talking about. Excuse me. Okay. So, what we discovered is if we put this here to put a level 4 seat here, the seat will get destroyed. Surprise, surprise. Let's just destroy that bearing just for the sake of. Now, if we put a seat here, put the explosive there again, like we had it before. Now, if we put a wall, the seat should still get destroyed. Which it does. Okay, now if we put that there, put the seat there, then move the armor closer to the explosive, right there, that'll actually protect the seat. You do need higher durabilities for armor. So like, maintenance ship block is like the minimum I would say for armor. Elon Muskrat. We've tested that. The problem with it, and I've explained this earlier in the stream, is rounds are moving at a stupidly high velocity. I don't think people fully understand how fast they're moving. But basically, by the time, so there's only a 20 block gap. The likelihood that the sensor actually sees it is very low because it's jumping gaps. So, okay, let's say sensor sees it. That takes a tick. Then the sensor has to send it to logic. More than likely, logic. It could go straight to the spud gun, but that's kind of problematic in many ways. So let's say it goes from sensor to logic. That's another tick. It goes from logic to spud gun. That's another tick. Then the spud gun fires. I'm pretty sure there's another tick. So like, what, 4 ticks have passed? By the time the sensor sees the round and is able to do something about it, the round's already hit the tank and everything's exploded. Hello, Captain Raptor. It was
Elon Muskrat was very early on in the stream when that was talked about, so you may not have even been here, but yeah, that's basically the problem. Now, with the new update where they change the ticks, maybe it's possible, but honestly, I don't see a reason, especially with how well armor is working now. It may not even be necessary. So the debate between level 4 and level 5 is questionable. Like, I very much understand like the argument for level 5 seats. I also very much understand the argument for level 4 seats. It's one of those things that battle testing will prove the difference. I think what's probably going to happen is we'll say level 5 seats are allowed. Run a couple battles with those tanks, see how they work, see how well they work. And then if tanks are way too unkillable, then we might have to dial it down to level 4 seats. And then maybe dial it down even more if tanks are still unable to be killed. Let's see if I have something called ERA. Those are ERA tests. Oh, camera rig. I forgot that thing existed. This is just armor testing. These were the old bathtubs we used for tanks like that. This has just added armor. Sloped armor for testing purposes with suspension. Actually, I'm kind of curious if this has changed at all since we've last done this. No, the Naga is not uploaded. The Naga is my most recent tank. I don't want to upload the Naga because it is my most recent tank. I'd kind of be dumb to give away my newest tech. Okay, I need to get into Goldilocks. I'm kind of curious if it absorbs. Nope. Straight up detonates. Nothing's really changed. Nice to know. Can't have 10 switches on a seat and infinite steering. What do you mean you can't have 10 switches on a seat? No, I don't. Lee, I have Scrap Mechanic here. Technically, it is borderless window. I have my recording software there, and I have my stream chat here. The thing you're seeing here isn't actually the game. It's OBS. You can't have 10 switches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 10 switches. The Naga building sequence was at like 20 times speed. If you were able to fully copy the Naga off that, go right ahead. Like the aardvark, I uploaded the aardvark when I made the aardvark because I literally made a tutorial on the aardvark's gun, which was the DFST guns at the time. But now this newer gun is actually kind of complicated. Paxton, you can do what is YouTube slow mode? The YouTube slow mode is like
Sorry, I'm looking at stuff. So let's go watch a video. Let's watch. Let's watch the Naga building, just for the sake of, because we can. There it is. Let's open it in YouTube. There we go. Stop that one. Settings, playback speed, 0.25. So that's a quarter playback. That's a quarter speed. So yeah, you can only do 0.25 speed, which is what, this? Let me, as I try and manipulate my webcams and stuff. Yeah, but here's the problem. Even if you download this and do that, it's only a 60 FPS video. It might be 30 FPS actually. I'm not sure. It should be 60. So actually, just the process of going that slow wouldn't add much detail, I don't think. And you only get the one camera shot. This camera shot, the one where I'm actually building. You don't get that for the majority of it. Yeah, and you're doing a third person, so like for the first person, I guess I built the majority of the gun, don't I? So yeah, I guess that's an option. Anyway, let's go ahead and close out of that. One-fourth is only 5x. Okay, for a second it took me a second to understand what you meant. Yeah. Anyway, so conclusion. I do need to wrap up the stream. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. We're literally just blowing things up. Not much else really. So conclusion for tanks. More than likely, level 3 engines will be the limit. Level 4 or level 5 seats. I want to allow level 5 seats for the time being. But if tanks are still unkillable or too difficult to kill, then I will have to limit to level 4 seats. That is just how it is. I also realized I forgot to play music throughout the entirety of the stream, which was the intention. I was supposed to have background music, and I completely forgot about it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, level 5 seats do have added functionality. That's the whole reason we want to keep them. Wait, let me just make sure we can't do that with level 4 seat. Just make sure. Because I haven't actually played survival enough to know what a level 4 seat and level 5 seat is not capable of. Yeah, no. So if I do level 5 seat. Yeah. Okay, just make sure. A bearing or pistonless 20 millimeters, pretty easy, since we have glitch welded spud guns already.
Level 4 seats fear, level 3 engines fear, above that no. That is not English, kitten. How many bearings can they take? Level what?
Seats? I don't know. Level 3 engines can take 6 bearings. So that's more than what we're used to already. We're used to 5, so it's pretty much a trade-off.
Level 5. I know level 4 can have 10. But even level 4 is stupidly hard to kill. Like, we were testing it. And I think, okay,
Because seats are a kill condition, I think they should be a little bit harder to kill. Yes, that I think is true. Engines and disabling engines shouldn't be that hard. So level 4 engines aren't allowed. Level 3 engines, I think, are a reasonable trade-off. Level 5 seats may be too hard to kill for tanks to be fun. Because the whole point of this is to encourage change, like encourage experimentation, and giving seats that have bearing changes would be a great way for people to experiment and improve tanks. So level 5 seats I would enjoy to have, but the problem is balancing it enough where it's fun. Because if you make a tank too difficult to kill, what's going to end up happening is two tanks, like I've been saying, two tanks are more than likely just going to sit in an open field and hit each other over and over and over again with explosives until one dies. Now, large canisters may become an actual thing now too, because large canisters were considered overkill. Large canisters were considered the way to evaporate a tank. But with armor being respectable now, large canister anti-tank guns may become the norm. Would heavy tanks viable? Heavy tanks is still heavy tanks should be able to move using a level whatever engine. They're electric engines. They still have the same amount of torque, I do believe. Okay, what I want to know is I don't have a good tank to test this with. I guess I could just spawn a Naga level 5 just for testing's sake. I don't want to hit it with something big. Like stupidly big. I think we even showed that the Metal 3 versus Maintenance Ship. We built out a Maintenance Ship was a weight 5. Building out a Metal 3, which is weight 5. It'd be the exact same weight as our tanks now. Level 3 engines seem to be like a near perfect trade between the engines we have now, or near perfect example of the engines we use now. So, AT. Actually, towable AT, no. I need the Kangar, because that has a 108 in it, which is what I actually need. And I just got to get rid of the gun. Get rid of the gun. There we go. So let's hit this with Kangar. This is a level 5 seat. Fire. I'm not sure where that round went. I should also change the camera so you guys can see what I'm doing. I guess that missed. That is in the seat compartment, by the way. You want this. Should have a stream chat. Let's just move it over there. There you go. Now you have a stream chat under the webcam. Happy now? Character, why are you moving without me inputting? Typing, pressing all the WAS and D. There we go. Should have cleared out the ghosting. It's just trying to like explode on the tank instead of just doing that constantly. I'm not sure which is funnier, the fact the tank evaporated or the noise I just made. Hello. We just evaporated a Naga with an artillery gun. After hitting it like 20 times because it wouldn't die. Keep in mind the Naga doesn't have a... Did we put a titanium tubber on the Naga? Level 5? Because I think the Naga can actually fit a titanium tub. We can actually test that. Give the Naga a titanium tub. Yes, I'm going to call it a titanium tub, even though I know it's metal free. Because the Naga actually has a surprisingly large turret basket for its weight class, I guess you could say. Okay, so this is a Naga level 5 with a titanium tub. Artillery. I think I did it. Did I do a tutorial? I thought I did a tutorial. Yes, I have a tutorial on stabilized gun and turret. It's slightly older, so the elevation mechanism is different, but it should be still viable. Also didn't load this. Missed. That almost killed me. That I love how big that explosive looks inside the Naga. Just like it's not deflection armor, it's just large canisters don't have the best like penetration. They have really awful penetration. That is inside the gun breech of the Naga. Okay, that was a dead tank. Not sure if it was a seat kill or a disconnection kill though. I don't exactly see the seat there, so I'm not sure. Dude, these physics are so realistic. This is actually like a stupidly high-powered gun. Well, actually not stupidly, but it is still a high-powered gun. So in theory, this actually shouldn't be ricocheting. If anything, it should be burrowing into the armor a bit more. Okay, and my audio. Can you hear me now? My audio engine completely crashed. I think it crashed again. I don't know where my mouse is. Oh no. Scrap Mechanic died. And my audio is back. Can you guys all hear me now? Am I not a demon from the ether? I should be fine. Okay, so what happened and why I sounded like a screeching demon? So I have RTX's voice software running my mic. So basically, it takes my mic audio and it cleans it up and it gets rid of all the noise. Well, when Scrap Mechanic crashed, it caused everything else in my computer to freak out, including my main audio software and RTX's audio software. Which meant that not only did my audio software make me sound like a screeching demon, but NVIDIA's RTX software also made me sound like a screeching demon. So I fixed my software, then I had to fix NVIDIA's software, which was pretty much close it, open it back up. Hey, Captain Bob is here. Captain Bob has to join as soon as I'm pretty much done with the stream. The game crashed. So let's go back to, because the game is gone now, let's go back to this one. Hey, there we are. So quickly, What has happened? 108 power is what I use for, well, what I used to use for artillery. Now 108 power is closer to an anti-tank gun. So what we've discovered while testing is explosives have changed significantly. My opinion, for the better. Armor's now a thing. Space armor's a thing. A bunch of different things have improved. The only problem is now that we're afraid tanks may become too overpowered with the new leveled parts. It's like level 5 engines are indestructible. Level 4 engines are really hard to destroy. I think level 3 is more where tanking should sit with like level 3 engines. Seats wise, we're debating between level 5 and level 4. Level 5 would allow us to have customizable bearings, which is really nice. Level 4 would allow us to have respectably destructible tanks. So we're kind of not sure. Also, none of this is taking into account large canister guns. Large canister guns are very, deadly. So, yeah. No, Lee, we're not. Okay, like I've said before, Lee, it's easier to outright ban a block than it is to ban a certain building style or force a certain building style. Copaxon, yes, that's why there was an 8-round casemate with a DF cannon in it. And I thought about it in other times. It's just not something that's significantly useful. Kind of like my S-Tanks. The S-Tanks usually had a 6 or 8-round autoloader. They were the early tanks to do so. The problem is they didn't have turrets. So turrets, I love my turrets. Level 5 seats are very hard to store. Level 4 engines, we were testing it, and even when we got a near direct hit on a level 4 engine, it didn't always get destroyed. So, like, what looked like a perfect dead-on hit to a completely exposed engine didn't actually kill it with a level 4 engine. That's why we're saying level 3 engines. Concrete 3 is fine, yeah. There's nothing wrong with Concrete 3. Or Metal 3, for that matter. Our problem is with like indestructible seats or indestructible engines. That's when things start to get like not too fun and we're kind of worried about it. Yes, I stroke my beard on a regular basis. That is a thing that I do. Spider asks, how do you get to do tank battles with me? Probably your first thing. I made an updated video, and like this was a major discussion during it. Basically be a part of the Discord, and then I hop on to be a part of the Discord. I will hop on to Discord every once in a while and be like, hey, I just did a tank, or hey, I'm doing this. Anyone willing to battle? And it's basically first come, first serve. Or first come, first serve, and you have to be able to battle. So, like, you have to have the tank, your internet connection has to be reliable. I prefer people who have mics, good mics especially, and not have your family in the background. Can I make a 216 power gun? I have a 502 or 504 power gun already. Yeah, Captain Bob. That's pretty much how it happens. It's like on Discord, it's like, at ready, I'm bored. Who wants to battle? That happens. That's quite a bit. Take battles with multiple people. 2v2, 3v3s. Possibly forts. Forts, not really. They're not my style. Yes, I've actually done 2v2s and 3v3s. With the MBTs, I've actually done that.
They're a bit difficult, bit tricky. Not a big fan of them with the MBTs. But arcade tanks are a thing where like 3v3s and 4v4s are actually really fun and really like plausible. Everyone has the same tank. Everyone has like a single or a 2-shot autoloader, and it's very much like team coordination. Like, hey, I just fired and need to reload. You back off. You let the other guy who has a loaded gun push forward and kind of deter the enemy from advancing. Dr. Chuggington, if you need a lower power than what I provide, spud guns. If you need a higher power, I would question why you need a higher power. Maybe if you're launching large canisters and you want to have like a stupidly overpowered gun, or you could just stack them, like double them up, just have 208 powers stacked next to each other. Captain Bob checked Steam messages. Hi, Spidey. This is your first time. Lee, you could just put two 108s next to each other. That's an option. If you're launching something small, like a small canister, why are you using 208? If you're launching a large canister, well, then that works just fine. Like, just stacking two of them together works just fine. Someone always dislikes the live streams, Elon Musk. I don't know why. It's just the live streams, apparently. I've noticed that. Here's the problem with taking an aardvark. The aardvarks are kind of old and not the most efficient and have more bearings and pistons than they should. That's another thing with the arcade tanks is they're very optimized. So yes, an aardvark wouldn't be an awful tank for those battles, but when you're expecting to have four of them firing all at the same time while possibly bumping into each other, you want to reduce as much as possible. And part of it isn't just the whole like making a good tank, it's also making a fun tank for arcade battles. If you give everyone an arcade battle on MBT, it's not going to be fun because everyone's just going to dump their rounds, kill each other instantly. That's why most arcade tanks were limited to 1 or 2 rounds. What do you mean it misfires with 108? What I suggest is a stock tank. If the spuds aren't firing the bomb at all with 108 power, you're doing something wrong. More than likely, your frame rate's going too low. 108 spuds hitting a block at the same time is a lot of calculations, actually. And the gun can dip below the 30 or so frames that are needed to fire a gun. Why am I not uploading my tanks more often? Because if I gave everyone the best tech in the tanking, there'd be a lot more copies of it. That's what happened with like the Seraph and the Wyvern. As soon as I uploaded the Seraph and the Wyvern, I made a tutorial specifically like close to them, or even like the arcade tanks. The most recent arcade tank was based off of a Seraph. Just basically the 2-round autoloader was the only main difference. And I literally, like, a couple days later, someone literally brought an arcade tank that they built, like, with some modifications, because they followed the tutorial, like, word for word. Like, what would you consider a solid all-around tank? The Seraph was an amazing all-around tank, just the 4-rounder. The 8-rounder was stupidly overkill. 2-rounders are a bit meh. When we added DFSTs, the Aardvark was given a 2-rounder because it made it simple, compact. So that's not a bad tank either. Seraph was like an amazing tank. Like the Wyvern, the Seraph, and I'd say Aardvark. Wyvern, Seraph, Aardvark are all like major, like they kind of perfected their era of tanking to some extent. The Aardvark, I say that a little less just because it didn't last very long. Like the Seraph lasted for like 6 months. No, wait. The Seraph is like a year old. Yeah, the Seraph almost lasted a full year of service, like full year of battling. The Wyvern lasted for a while. Spidey, in my rules, you can't copy and paste parts from a tank. You can't cut the gun out and then move it. Now, what you can do is you can take the gun, look at it, and rebuild it block for block. You can reverse engineer it. Now, I did the quick build tutorial, which if someone's going to watch that, slow it down to like quarter speed and try and use that as a tutorial, okay. But if someone copies off the workshop and sits and tears apart the entire gun and turret assembly of a Naga, I don't want that out there as much. Like, as much as I love like giving these designs to the community to help them build their tanks, I do like to keep usually the most modern version to myself for a little while. But I think the Aardvark was a bit different because the Aardvark was the pioneer of the DFST, and for me to do a tutorial on the DFST would be essentially to do a tutorial on the Aardvark. So I kind of just put the Aardvark up there anyway. You've said glitch welding spud guns are banned. Glitch welding is a confusing thing. Basically, the rule is you're not allowed to glitch weld using any third-party software like auto clickers. What will you name your, or is it based on the breakthrough? What do you mean? Back in the day, NPT bit. So usually the name is referring to what it is, like ADS, Active Denial System, or the DFST, Downfiring Survival. The T was the fire on the move thing. It was just added because I needed a letter to add, so I added T because I thought it looked nice. And when it comes to the actual tank names, usually I look at the tank, stare at it, and go, what's a good like animal or mythical creature name for this? I stared at it for a while. I'm like, and sometimes I'll even go to like a generator to look for the names, like a character generator or a creature generator, and that sounds nice, and it fits with like the style or the theme or the coloring, and that's how tanks get named. Or sometimes I'll just ask. Like the Seraph was, as I was asking for names, people started giving me names. I'm like, that actually sounds really good. I want to name it the Seraph. I don't want to use names that are pre-existing or like. So the Seraph is a name for a vehicle in Halo, but it also is a biblical name, so it kind of negates out. But like, I don't use Warthog or Scorpion because everyone knows it from Halo. I don't want to use Sherman. I don't want to use Leopard. I don't want to use Leo because Leopards sometimes get abbreviated to Leo. I'm still trying to read some of these. Someone asked about glitch weld spud guns because I want to actually clarify this because some people are still confused about it. The rule is you're not allowed to, the rule is basically if you can do it in the current version of the game, it's allowed. So long as it's within the game with no third-party software, without any blueprint editing, things like that. So the glitch welds we use currently are legal. They're done within the vanilla game, completely within the game, no third-party things. You do have to use multiplayer, though. That's the only limitation, which is honestly kind of questionable within the intent of the rules, but we allow it. So a minigun is allowed, like a machine gun? Yes, kind of. Some people actually do have like really fast firing spud guns on their tanks. It's allowed technically as long as you make it, or you and a group make it together. The problem with Scarab, once again, is everyone recognizes Scarab from Halo. Dr. Chuggington. They're allowed so long as they are made within the vanilla game. The original ban for glitch welding and stuff was because at the time there was like an update or two ago where you could actually glitch weld still. Like it was stupidly easy to. This is like when tanking was first a thing. So it was basically you can't use a glitch weld unless it was done in this version of the game. That was the original rule. And you couldn't use third-party softwares because there's like third-party blueprint editors that people could just download and quickly do things like moving blocks. And then some people could actually just go into the files and physically blueprint edit the files. That was also not allowed. Well, honestly, there's names in Halo that like the Seraph. I didn't even know the Seraph was a vehicle in Halo. But yes, it is. It's just not very commonly seen. It's because it's an aircraft. It's not. Yeah. Anyway, but I want it to be unique, and then so I usually use mythical names or creature names, or I'll ask for suggestions and pick whatever first comes to like. Oh, that's really nice. I like it. Like the Seraph was. How the cannon works. Spud gun shoots spuds. Okay, those spuds hit a block, and what the game does is the game calculates the force of the spud before it calculates the destruction of the block. So what you get is spud hits block, block gets forced, and then block gets destroyed. Well, because of how the momentum update changed things, the force from that block, cardboard usually, gets transferred to whatever's attached to it, ground. So if you have a lot of cardboard get hit all at once, that's a lot of force being generated. Now all that force, those blocks are destroyed, all that force gets generated to that round. Round now goes downrange with the force of however many spud guns was used. That's the basic understanding of how these cannons work. Unicorn tank. No, I don't want anything that generic. Like the Minotaurs. And also, the thing is, I want it to be representative of the tank. Like the Minotaur at the time was a pretty chonky tank, especially compared to the Aardvark. It's not as chunky as some of my old tanks, but compared to the Aardvark, it was bigger. And because the domes or the horns on the edge of the turret, because of sizing limitations with how the gun was built, I looked at those as horns and kind of went, yeah, it's a chunkier tank with horns, and it's a Minotaur. Okay, see you, Spidey. How much is too much spud power? Too much spud power is when your round completely goes through the enemy tank without detonating. So the glitch welded guns you have are... like, why are they more powerful? So, with glitch welded guns, before we were saying you have so many spud guns lined up that hit so many cardboard. That's how you get power. But the thing is, the force from the spud gun can add up on a single block. So if you were to say have a spud here, a spud gun here, and a spud gun here, and they all hit the back of a block, it would still get three spud gun force, even though it's a single block. But what we're doing with glitch welding is putting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many spud guns here, hits a single block, which gives it X amount of force. Then the block gets destroyed, transfers force to spud or to canister, and the canister goes flying. Yes, it's multiple guns, multiple spud guns inside a single block. Like I've been saying, we have a vanilla glitch weld method that we use that is within the rules of within the rules of battle. And we've also allowed for the use of prefab cannons that we have, simply because we don't want to make a tutorial on this glitch welding method, because the devs will likely patch it. And that kind of goes against the spirit of our battles and our tank building. So, like, yes, newer people are allowed to use the blueprints, but the majority of people who are actively in the community know how to do it. Or if not, they ask someone and they can tell them pretty easily. Anyway, I really need to be ending this stream because it's 4 hours into the stream and I was expecting to stream for like an hour or two. Yeah. No. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and end this stream here. So if you guys did enjoy, please leave a like. I do want to thank Captain Bob and Black Kitten for being members of our channel, and because they're both here, I'd like to say hi and say thanks. What's my longest stream? I don't know. I really don't. Zeeker, the easiest way to glitch weld is using glitch welding mod. That's why that is exactly banned. You're not allowed to use any mods or third-party software. Has to be done vanilla in game. It's honestly really annoying when people go, ugh. So it's like, hey, these are the rules of tank battle. Why don't you just do this instead? Because these are the rules of tank battle. It's 5 a.m. Can I actually... I was going to pick up my clock and show it to you, but I can't. Where's your longest stream? But hi, thanks, 4 a.m. But how will you find out? How will you find out what? The rules of tank battle? I have a video on it. It's on my Discord. How you find out how to glitch weld the method we use? We don't have a tutorial. That's why we have a like a pack of spud guns that people are allowed to use in battles. And it's why if you're a part of the community who does tank battles, you could literally just ask and the majority of people will tell you. The only reason we don't have a tutorial for it is because we don't want the devs to know how we do it, and we don't want the devs to patch it. Does that make sense, Zach or Zeeker? How do you find out what method for glitch welding? Technically, you don't, but it's one of those things like it's very much a honor system. Like if someone has the entire tank glitch welded, there's a lot of questionality. Like, did you really spend the time to get a buddy together to do a glitch weld because you wanted the armor to look cool? Like that's where it's kind of questionable. And the major reason it's banned is because we don't fully understand what repercussions glitch welding armor may actually cause. So like especially with this new update, having glitch welded armor may be stupidly overpowered. May not. We don't know. We like it's not something we've tested, and as a result, it's unknown and scary, and we ban it. Also, it's outside the spirit of tanking to use third-party software, so it's discouraged regardless, even if it was being used. Black Kitten, I'd honestly rather test them in live fire just to get a feel for them. Well, Paxson, I've actually done like bug reports for the devs. So I've actually done like reports for the devs. One of which is actually with tanking, with the original, like when they first added canisters, there was a major bug that I found with the armor. Whereas if you had something on a 45-degree angle, like the world had a grid. Say the world has a grid. You had a 45-degree angle to that grid, it was completely indestructible. Didn't know why, didn't care. Basically, I was testing armor and discovered this, and I showed someone, and he was like, "Can I report this to the devs?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's a major issue. It shouldn't exist. I don't want it to exist." So it got fixed. I've also made 2 bug reports, both of which were video forms. One of which was a issue with sensors not detecting blocks that are a single block So if you have a sensor and a block, sometimes the sensor won't detect that block. It also won't detect if it's painted or not. Reported that to the devs. Also reported the issue with spud guns not being able to put a downwards force on things. However, the devs have said that is a feature. I'm rambling. I'm talking really fast because I'm really tired and I want to close the stream, but people keep asking questions and I want to answer them. Why do you consider blueprint editing not allowed? Blueprint editing is not allowed because it requires an external source. If you go into the files and edit blueprints, technically it's allowed, but it quickly break things and actually mess up games. Like not seriously mess up, but it's just too much risk. And it's not something I want to encourage my community to do. Using third-party software is also something I don't want to do because it's against the spirit of me and my channel, how I like to do things. Forcing people to download a third-party software to make a tank in-game is not my style. And figure this out, etc. I told you. Well, actually, I need to go eat dinner because I never ate dinner after work. And it's like my bedtime, like now. So, yeah. Anyway. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. I've already done the hey, thank you, Bob. Hey, thank you, Kitten. Once again. It's 5:21 in the morning. It's my normal bedtime. I'm nocturnal. People always tell me that, hey, that's a really unhealthy sleep schedule. I tell them I get 8 hours of sleep, and I actually work with essentially 2 jobs, my main job, and then this. Bite me. Goodbye.